Everybody, welcome to the City Commission meeting. It's May. Okay, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our City Commission meeting. It's May 21st, 2026 at 9:30 p.m. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We'll begin with an invocation led by Pastor Mulberry and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Campbell. Please stand if you're able.
Morning, everyone. Father, again, we say thank you for waking us up, allowing us to see this day. We thank you, dear God, for all of your many blessings and benefits that you alone have bestowed upon us. We pray, God, that you will bless this meeting as we're coming together for the interviewing of leadership. We pray, God, your hand will be upon these whom you've selected for such a time as this, God, to give guidance and wisdom in all that we do. We pray that your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in saluting our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorham. Commissioner Davis.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Campbell.
Present.
Mayor Carrera.
Present. We have a full quorum. I'm going to open the floor for public comments. Is there anybody here for public comments for items not specified on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We're going to go on to regular business. Commissioner Campbell, though, did you want to?
Yes, I do have a statement prior to the start of this interview process, and I want to respectfully ask the commission to reconsider the previous motion that would prevent the interim city manager being considered for the permanent position. And my reason is I do believe that we have qualified candidates who have submitted their application and we are interviewing on today. However, given the state of where we are, we have gone through quite a few transitions when it comes with regards to city staff. However, say for instance, we have a qualified candidate that comes in, right the ship, and take this commission's consideration and bring the morale and camaraderie of our employees, build relationships within our city and things of that nature, and they are no longer considered to move this city forward with the commission, whoever it may be at that time. I believe that that does an injustice to our staff. It does an injustice to this commission. It does an injustice to this committee, this community, being that we may have someone that would be willing to continue should that opportunity be presented. I just want us to reconsider. I love the fact that we did limit the applicants to Florida base, which gives us a head start with regards to being familiar with Florida and things of that nature. But I just respectfully ask that we reconsider the part of the motion where the interim does not have the ability to serve or step up in the official capacity of city manager.
Commissioner Jones, do you have any thoughts?
I concur with Commissioner Campbell on that as looking at the applicant pool. Looking at the applicant pool, we did bring in some strong candidates, and if that person that we select in this go-round seems to be the person that can do the job efficiently and effectively, I don't see any reason why we should exclude them from being considered as a permanent city manager.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Davis?
I can see both sides of it. However, my concern is we still need to conduct a search for a permanent city manager during this process. And I want to make sure we all do agree on that. If that is indeed the case, because we could get an interim city manager who does not want to be the permanent city manager. My concern is if that is the case and the person selected does not want to be the interim or I should say the opposite, does want to be the interim, is interested in it, that our process could appear tainted during, I remember when I first came, and we would have to make sure that safeguards are in place to prevent any unfair advantage. And what I'm referring to is when we had an interim and the commission was looking to select a permanent, and I know there was some confusion about the involvement of the interim city manager in the process. And that's my concern. I do recognize that if we did take that restriction off, nothing would prevent us from going down the path with the restriction, I suppose.
Right, and I'm not
And,
asking
and so,
that.
no, I understand. I just, that's my major concern, that, we could have some conflict. That's it.
And my secondary concern is that we did advertise this position as interim city manager with the inability to apply for the permanent position, which kinds of excluded some people from the onset who may have wanted to be the permanent city manager, or semi-permanent, but didn't apply because it specifically said that you couldn't if you applied for the interim. And so I don't know if that's a fair approach for this position. That's my concern.
Well, could we reserve the right to make that decision due to the fact that we are making a decision as hiring managers? This is our hire. So we could reserve the right to consider this person that we choose for the interim. I just think that it's good that we have a conversation beforehand. So we haven't interviewed anyone, but as you got an opportunity to think up, leading up to this hour, saying, hey, listen, what if this happens? So we can address it now, and I think this is a responsible thing to do, is address it at this juncture, and reserve the right to make that decision if at the end of the period. And that's like, a test driving a car. The person come in and do a good job and is a great fit. Why would you eliminate them from the process if they wanted it, as you said, Commissioner Davis, if they wanted it, and if they're going to be available? They may not even be available. The people who applied may just want to do it for interim. And so, but with all things considered, I don't think we should pigeonhole ourselves into making, that was a decision saying that, listen, whoever we select, they're going to be here for 60, 90, 120 days, whatever it's going to be. I just think that's restriction. It's too restrictive. Yeah, that's it.
In addition to the statement that I made earlier, I just feel that the city of Palatka is in a very the position that we're in right now. We have a lot of things on the table. We have projects, we have things that may come through the pipeline with audits and things of that nature. So I want to make sure that we have someone, again, interim can be as long as we want it to, but if those individuals, the individual that we choose comes in and right the ship, again, just having the option, and I know we advertise things, and we've done it prior with other positions, but I just don't want us, as Commissioner Jones stated, to put ourselves in a position where we have to do yet another transition, and a transition is not necessary because the morale that we have been looking for is finally here. And to put that, to compromise that, if that is or should be the case, I think that does nothing for the morale of our employees and this city. Because again, if that person within the time frame gets out, build the morale of our employees, the commission, the community, business owners, why not take that in consideration? And so the question that I pose, if we consider it, is just to add an additional question to the questions that we have today that says, if the position becomes permanent, would you consider staying with the city of Palatka? If so, how long would you see yourself serving the city? And that can kind of help us gauge if that is something that we would like to move forward with.
I'm open to that, again, as long as Commissioner Davis mentioned, that we do open up at that time to other candidates as well, that we don't just automatically put that person in a position. But I think it's something to discuss as we move along, and certainly adding that question is fair. With that said, are we ready to move forward in interviewing the candidates?
Do we need to make an official motion of any sorts because it's really reconsidering a motion that has been made previously, so this will require additional action.
So
different
from
action.
a procedural standpoint, a motion for reconsideration can only be made by someone who voted in favor of the last motion. I believe that was unanimous, but there are potential legal and procedural and potentially ethical risks regarding changing the applicant pool now in terms of, basically constituting a bait and switch without opening it up to the entire applicant pool. This was very specifically advertised as an interim role without a
concern.
date specified. So I should clarify that that interim time period could
Be
be a
endless, so to
significant
speak.
time period, right? But it by all means does change the nature of your applicant pool. And so to be completely transparent with the applicants for this position, it would be in the city's best interest procedurally to open that applicant pool back up. But again, that interim role can last for a significant amount of time.
Thank you. That's what I agree.
Wait,
So,
hold on. Can I make?
yes, please.
Understanding and appreciating that opinion, even you said, moral or ethical issues. Again, if you're going back to hiring, sometimes hirings can be subjective, and I think in this case, it's not. It may be singling some, maybe deterred some people from applying. However, we have both pools. We have a city manager job posting out there, and I thought we received all of the applicants. Wait, Mr. Jones.
I do not believe.
Didn't-
I'll
didn't-
defer
Ms.
to
Jones?
human
Ms. Jones?
resources on
Please
that.
come up.
Yes, the city manager job description was to post for an interim city manager as well. The same language that was given to the league on the applications we received, that they were not eligible, was also noted on the posting
my concern.
on our website.
That's my concern.
Okay. But, so it's not a date certain and the length of time that an interim could serve. Okay, so,
So at this point, we're going to leave things as they are, and we'll move forward and see
Uh,
how it
th-
goes.
I think it still could be to a vote, and you just vote, and if it's a no, it's a no.
Based on the rationale, one, I want to say the advice, and I'm going to say the right word, from our city attorney, and the potential ramifications, and to all of the points being made here. I think we need to consider the safest and most effective route to getting an interim city manager without introducing risk to this process. The other side of the coin is, although applicants might have been deterred from applying because it was not a permanent position, that does not preclude them from applying for the permanent position. So I think the risk is far less if we move forward according to the decision we've already made and still have it open to those applicants at that time.
So I think, again, we just need to move forward with this process and not alter it, as Commissioner Davis said, and as Attorney West advised us, there are legal, ethical, and other ramifications for changing tracks right now. So I think we just need to stay on track
I
and
would
do what
just
we
like
need.
the record to reflect that I totally disagree. I do
That's fine.
believe that we, as commissioners, and that being our hire, have the ability to, if not reconsider, make a new motion that would change. I think doing it prior to the interview process only gives us the opportunity that if that person is fit for the job, to be able to apply. We didn't say that we would automatically allow them to assume the position, but it does give that opportunity for that person, should they be the fit that we have so long looked for in the interim position, that they have the ability to do so. And I don't think there's any legal ramifications surrounded, because ultimately, in previous years, we have had the ability as commissioners to bring an additional person in to interview. So I don't see it anything being different from that. But if that's something that we do not desire to do at the time of this interview process, it allows us to, again, have a strong candidate. I don't see how that limits anyone else from being able to apply for the permanent position. We just know that the person that sits in this position, and we don't know if they would be willing to do so, but it gives us the opportunity to have that option there. But I'm willing to move forward at the will of the commission, but I do want the record to reflect that I disagree that we as commissioners don't have the ability to change a vote that has already been made. There has been times for reconsideration on all different levels regarding all different things, and it's no different than something going to a board and it's bouncing back to us, and we bounce it back to them for the opportunity for their additional consideration. So again, we can move forward. We don't have to extend the dialogue. I just want the record to reflect that I have sat and I have talked to individuals within this community, as well as done my research. I would not have brought this to the commission should I have thought that this would have brought us under any type of scrutiny or legal, potential legal
Issues.
issues.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
I want to also make sure, before we move forward, that we're all have the same understanding. I did not hear that we don't have a right to change. I heard that it may not be in the best interest to change. And I also believe that as any commissioner sitting here, as long as you voted in the affirmative for the previous motion, that you have a right to make a motion. Am I misunderstanding?
No, that's correct.
So that's what I heard.
No, that's what I was
Okay.
asking for, reconsideration of portion, which means
So-
if it comes in the form of me having to make a motion, but I wanted to have this conversation to see where the rest of the commission lies.
Yes.
I don't want to make a motion and the motion dies when we could have had this conversation and come up with an applicable way of moving forward.
Okay.
So if we have determined that we want to move forward as presented, that's fine, but I
Okay.
just did not want to not have this conversation after I have
I-
spoken to individuals in this community.
I appreciate
who
it. So it
have
sounds like
elected
we're on the
us
same page.
To
Thank
this
you.
position.
With all of that said, would you like to make a motion then, Commissioner Campbell? If that's the will of the commission.
I would make a motion to allow the interim city manager, whomever is selected, to have the opportunity to apply for the permanent position of city manager whenever we get to that point.
Do we have a second?
For discussion now, I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
We have
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Mayor Carrera?
Nay.
Commissioner Jones?
Yay.
Commissioner Campbell?
yay.
Tie, so the motion dies. Thank you. And now we can move on with the process. Are we going to bring Ms. Curry in?
She gonna sit there or stand up for you? What is she gonna sit? Is she gonna stand?
Where is she going to go?
Is she gonna sit or stand?
Yeah.
Stand at the podium.
Oh. It's a long time. You can be standing for a minute.
That's fine. Yes, please. Okay, I was going to say, make sure the microphone is on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Palatka, but you know Palatka better than some of us, so welcome. We're going to ask you a series of questions. It's going to be the same questions we ask each candidate, and we are each going to take a turn at that. We'll begin with Commissioner Davis. The first question.
Good morning, Ms. Curry, and again, thank you for being here. My question is, how do you establish trust quickly with staff, elected officials, and the community in an interim role? And additionally, how would you address employee morale during a leadership transition?
Thank you, and good morning again to everybody here today on the dais and staff. Interim is a title. It's a scenario because it is not permanent. But for any person in a leadership position coming into a city, interim really doesn't play a role. You have to walk in and own it immediately. And so for me, the way that I would approach that is to be transparent about who I am and what my leadership style is, communicate that very clearly to staff, make sure that I am meeting with all of my senior leadership staff to understand what their challenges are, what the opportunities are, and of course with the community, understanding who the major players are, and when I say major, not necessarily big or small, but who the players are, who the partners are, who we need to collaborate with, be it with the college, be it with the workforce organization, be it with the chamber, be it with private sector players who obviously play a role in the growth of the city of Palatka. So I would definitely interface with them immediately, but first and foremost with my staff, but first with the commission, because I do not know the commissioners. And I would need to understand what your vision, what your what the opportunities are that you see for the city, the challenges that need to be overcome. And so that really would be the first thing that I would need to do, to make sure that my leadership style is able to execute those policies, programs, initiatives that you all have set forward based on the priorities that you have set as a commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Morning, Ms. Curry.
Good morning.
How would you prioritize ongoing projects and day-to-day city operations during your service?
Well, just based on my experience, and it's been a lot, it's been a long road. So I would say first and foremost, like I said, meeting with the commissioners and making sure that I understand what your priorities are and making sure that I'm aligned with that. But understanding that finance is the underpinning of the success of most things, right? And so I would really need to make sure that taking a look at your annual comprehensive financial report, your ACFR, which gives me some feel for whether there are any material weaknesses in your finances, but also making sure that I am in line with your finance department with anything that doesn't necessarily show up in the ACFR, because the ACFR is really not the only indicator of your financial position. And also meeting with the city attorney to make sure that there are no legal issues that are out there, meeting with your HR director to make sure that there are no issues that are out there relative to any personnel issues that need to be addressed immediately. But saying all of that, coming into the city of Palatka, I would first want to know where your 25 ACFR is in terms of the development of that, because by the end of June, time would have expired for that to be presented to the commission. If not, obviously, it gets reported to the finance department on the state level, and depending on where they want to put it, whether it's with the Auditor General, I want to make sure that's in order. And I'd also want to take a look at your grants, because they have a clock on them. And we need to make sure that your ARPA funds have been reported accurately, and that you are aware of the status of those projects that are funded by ARPA, because of end of December 2026. ARPA funds must be fully expended and programs must be laid out. And so I want to make sure that those funds don't get swept at the end of the year. And if you have any other grant funds that are out there that need to be reviewed from a timeline point of view and from a performance point of view, I want to make sure those things are lined up so that you're not caught by surprise as a commission. I know in many cases FEMA is an issue with some cities, and we have to make sure that we're lined up with not only FEMA, but ARPA and any other grant funds. I know you have quite a few infrastructure funds and funds that come in from maybe the state or federal government to support those programs. And so because they are very important to the city of Palatka, particularly on the infrastructure side, relative to water and your environment, I want to make sure those funds are in good shape. Programmatically, as it relates to downtown revitalization, as it relates to your CRA, as it relates to your enterprise funds, I want to make sure that those are lined up, the funds are lined up. You are aware of any concerns that may be around those funds. You're also in the middle of a budget cycle. Budget is really my thing.
Great.
And so I would want to make sure that the budget process is on track. You've got a couple of budget hearings that need to come up in September. You've got millage rates that need to be set. You have public hearings that need to be held. And all of that needs to be lined up. And the summer months are those months where that needs to roll out so that you're ready for your public hearings in early fall. And relative to community development, of course, making sure that the community is engaged where they intersect with your programs and projects, making sure that they understand that the city of Palatka is on the move, that you're stabilizing, and that you want tomorrow to be a success story.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Campbell?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
When entering a city experiencing leadership disruption, what are your first 30 days focused on?
My first 30 days are focused, quite frankly, immediately with the commission. I would be appointed, if you select me, I would be an appointed person by this commission. But the public looks to this commission for the leadership and for the voice, if you will. As a city manager, I execute on a day-to-day basis. I work with my leadership, and that is where I would need to focus my attention for the first 30 days. And like I said, to make sure that things are stabilized and we don't get on the radar of the State Auditor General. I want to make sure that the finances are in order, that your budget process is laid out. But I want to be able to talk to my people. I want to be able to communicate with them and make sure that they understand that my goal first and foremost is whatever is in the best interest of the city of Palatka and making sure that they have what they need to successfully do their jobs. And if they don't have it, I would be approaching the commission if it requires budgetary adjustments. But aside from that, I want to be able to connect with my people, and I mean the staff. I'm a little country, so I like to say my people. But I would like to communicate with my staff to make sure that they are aligned. When you have a cultural leadership gap, or when it is adrift, as it is here, it is important for staff to connect with that leader and make sure that we're on, because silos will occur and a gap. And so when those silos occur and the manager and the commission don't know what's really happening in the bowels of the organization, it leads to embarrassment. And so first and foremost, I would want to make sure that this commission is not embarrassed, and that if there are things on the radar that may not present themselves, to the press in a positive position, or to the public in a public position, I want to try at all times to be in front of that. So it takes kind of a 24/7, wrap around to kind of make sure everything's on course. And hopefully that answered your question.
It did.
So,
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Nice to
ma'am.
meet you. How do you maintain professionalism and neutrality while serving under an elected commission?
my neutrality,
How do you maintain professionalism and neutrality while serving under an elected commission?
well, professionalism. I was born in a professional family. And so it comes with what I know. It comes with what I have been able to learn on my journey. And so it's what I live, it's what I do. And so the professionalism side of it is something that I step into with all confidence. As it relates to transition and working with the commission, again, I've been doing this now close to 40 years. I started out as a management intern in Miami-Dade County. And from there, I went to a junior budget analyst, to a senior budget analyst, to budget coordinator, to assistant director for the Office of Management and Budget. Thank you, sir. I'm hoping that was for me. And from there, I went to work in the county manager's office as an assistant to the deputy county manager. And from there, I became a troubleshooter because somebody noticed that I didn't really have a whole lot of fear other than the fear of God. Excuse me. And so I was a troubleshooter for most of my professional career, probably for all of it. I helped the county out of a serious situation when they had a consent decree from federal HUD with their housing. I was the lead person working with Buddy McKay and Henry Cisneros from federal HUD when Hurricane Andrew came through Miami. I was the lead recovery administrator for Miami-Dade County. I have helped the Orlando Housing Authority through many of their issues. I was at Florida International University as a senior vice president. I was at Florida Memorial as an executive vice president. And when I went into those situations with Florida International University, they had operational and campus infrastructure issues. When I left, their accreditation report was glowing in those areas. At Florida Memorial, when I went into Florida Memorial, they had financial issues. They still do. But they are managed much better, and it is not because of me solely, it is because of the staff that I built around me. When I went to the city of Gainesville, I went to Gainesville to semi-retire, found myself still in love with public administration and management. I happen to have known the manager there, Lee Feldman from Fort Lauderdale. He retired or resigned. I was hired as interim manager. I had no intention of being the permanent manager. But again, when I took the interim role, understanding the challenges before me, and I'm speaking in a professional mode to answer the question that you asked me, I stepped into that role as interim and took it on as city manager. And during that period of time, we worked through the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, state of Florida, because the city of Gainesville was under a state audit review from the State Auditor General. They had 9 findings, many of them were financial, some of them were operational in nature. Again, I had to make significant personnel changes in order to get through that, but those changes were made. The finances are in good shape. They have had clean audits now for the last 3 years. The operations are in order. They have great staff. Their capital projects are on track. And the employee morale, I would say, in my opinion, was at an all-time high when I left. I believe that it is still on track with their interim manager. As I said, when I went to Gainesville, I went semi-retired. I was looking for consultancy kind of energy. And again, because I do love the work of public administration, I served as a two-term president for the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. And so I have connected not only through the National Forum for Black Public Administrators, again, boasting professionalism. I have worked with the International City Management Association. I've worked with the American Society for Public Administrators. And so professionalism is a wraparound for me. I never step out of that mode while I'm at work. And generally don't when I'm not at work, because I always feel like I'm being watched by somebody, and I know he's watching me. So, so I'm always trying to do the right thing. There's no perfection in this body, but I'm always attempting to do the right thing and to communicate above all.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
How do you evaluate morale and organizational culture quickly?
Well, I will just speak on what have happened at Gainesville. So there was an internal audit, not a state audit, but there was an internal audit that basically brought to the commission's attention that there were issues internally with staff. Thank you for popping that for me. And give me a sec. The internal audit pointed up a couple of things, and I thought it was interesting that the internal auditor actually was asked to address morale issues inside. Normally, an internal audit department doesn't do that. But they did, and there was no outside agency hired to come in and interview people. So when I came in as manager, I broke the walls down, and I have an open office. And I felt like I needed to do that because if I was going to gain the support of my people, that I needed to be transparent and I needed to be able to hear them. And that was really the only way that I was going to break through that. So it took quite a bit of time for me to be able to open up and hear. A lot of it was just the ability for those who came and met with me, and my office organized the meetings. I generally met somewhere where nobody would assume that I was there. And the folk could come in, or the individuals could come in without feeling as if they were being watched as well. But I did that. I had a regular schedule of doing that. I also created a committee that I chaired until I left, where I had a representative from each department on that committee, and we met probably once a month. When we started out, we met more than once a month, just for them to represent concerns that came up through their department that would be brought to me, that we would discuss as a group, and then we prioritized the things that we thought that we could address, not only if they needed to come to the commission, but if I needed to pull my directors together and say, hey, these are themes that I'm hearing. We need to get on top of this. And that is how I dealt with that. It is costly, and I will say that, to pull a firm in and have them do those kinds of interviews. When I went into the city of Gainesville, the police department was a bit in turmoil. The leadership was there, but the rank and file were not happy, even with the leadership, as strong as I thought the leadership was. And I really needed to deal with that. And so what I ended up having to do was the same thing, but I did have to pull in a firm, and that firm did have to set up a process where they were able to flush through issues in the police department, provide a formal report, and from that formal report, there were several recommendations, of course, that came through. I recruited for a new police chief. Unfortunately, the police chief that was there ended up resigning. I ended up hiring a new police chief. He came in right on the cusp of that report being formulated and finalized, and then he started to implement. But it takes both approaches sometimes to really get at what is happening in your agency when you know front on that you have morale issues and trust issues and issues of accountability. But leadership and guidance from the executive manager, interim city manager, whatever you want to call that person, is critical. And so my role over the years has been to lead and to guide and to listen, and then make decisions.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
You want to take a break and get a drink?
I'd love another drink.
Go ahead.
Okay, please
You've
do,
been
please
at it a
do.
minute.
Thank you. I boast Palatka because my mom and dad moved here in the late 40s. They lived at 717 Madison Street, and they moved to East Palatka on a dirt road, and then they moved off the dirt road, house and all, moved the whole house. Over to East River Road, which is where we still own our property. So I have a lot of affinity for East Palatka, if I might say, unincorporated area. We still have our property over there, and I'm here probably once a week. Just sitting on the river.
Ms. Curry,
Yes, sir.
so what do you see as the biggest challenges and opportunities currently facing municipalities like Palatka? What do you currently see as far as trends and challenges?
Well, it's leadership in terms of being able to, And it's not just about the commission. It is also about the ability to execute. And it is about the ability to take advantage of those things that you have. We have a beautiful river, St. John's River, sitting right in the middle of our city. Many cities don't have that. Small cities, they don't have that asset. And as we look to tomorrow, we have to figure out how to take advantage of that asset. Financially, many small cities are in trouble. I mean, as I take a look at a glance from your ACFR, the city financially is in decent shape. I say that tongue-in-cheek because working in finance for so long, you can't just look at the ACFR, you really got to peel it back. So I'm just saying, it looks as if the finances are in okay shape. And that's a good thing. I mean, as I look at the ACFR, it shows that you have a net positive position in most of your funds except for your enterprise funds, airport and the airport and the golf course. But most small cities struggle with leadership. They struggle with finances, which is not necessarily the case here. And they struggle with the ability to kick off projects, keep them on track and spend the money. If they have it.
All right, okay.
Commissioner Campbell?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Curry. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Curry, walk us through your approach to take over during an active budget cycle.
My approach to an active budget cycle is to basically start at the minute that the budget has been approved. Well, first of all, you need a 5-year plan. You need a plan.
Let me clarify the question.
Okay.
Walk us through your approach to take over during an active budget cycle.
Okay. So just reading a little bit, I think you've had some budget meetings, some workshops. And so in those meetings, I would have approached it and I will approach it now where I am meeting with each department director and the budget finance office to understand what is happening with the budget, what is happening with the goals and objectives that have been set out and approved by the commission. And so I would be putting myself in touch with all of that firsthand. And because we are now approaching June, the property appraiser should pretty much be ready to release the new roll numbers. And so I've noticed where your roll is actually grown. You're growing, and in terms you're growing in population, you're growing with your roll as well. And understanding what that means and where you want to be in terms of whether you want to stay at rollback, or whether you want to go further back, or whether you want an increase. I'd be meeting with each of you to kind of understand where you are within that space. And then I would be tweaking the budget or numbers that maybe have already been pulled together to make sure that I am aligned with what I am sensing you all want individually, because unless you're here talking to me in the sunshine, I don't know that. So I'm going to have to definitely be talking to each person as I'm moving through this process. You asked that question, it should be I and you. And so I would and so I would be making sure that I'm lined up with where we're headed financially. Probably have a couple of more workshops, take some stuff to the people, meaning the public, to make sure they're understanding the budget process and the programs and projects and initiatives that's laid out in there in terms of goals and objectives. And I would be actually communicating with the county to kind of understand where they're going in their process, because, you know, we do need to be aligned. And so if there's any conversation to have with the school board, I'd be having that conversation with them too. I don't know how much overlap that is, but we are one community. And so those elected bodies, those administrators anyway, I would be talking to them. And then I would come back to you all and I would present something that is aligned with at least the tentative roll numbers that I've gotten, you know, from the property appraiser. And then as those numbers are finalized more and more in July, I'd tweak the numbers again and come back and make a presentation, and hopefully be lined up for our public meetings coming up in September. But a budget process is very important. And the way you communicate that process, not only to you all as elected officials, but to the people whose services are at stake based on that budget. They want to know, they want to understand exactly what is happening in the rollout of that process. And so communication, again, is very, very important. Because I came from a budget background, I saw a budget book. I don't know that they're consistent in terms of the production of budget books, but a budget book is very important. It's like an encyclopedia. It has a lot of information in it about the city, about its finances, about the trends of finances, about programs that are either moving forward progressively or not. And so I've built budget books, and so budget books are important to me, not because it's our book, but because it has a lot of information that you, as elected officials, can constantly refer to as it relates to the latest information. And not only that, it's not necessarily a part of the budget process as we move along from this point forward, but the comprehensive development plan, just kind of making sure that that document is on track and moving forward, and if it needs to be approved or reviewed or taken to the public, that is also happening, because that is a very important policy document as well in terms of how we move along programmatically and how we plan. And so hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
How do you handle individual elected officials attempting to direct staff?
Well, I don't try to handle them. I simply refer them to the charter. I've been challenged that way before, because I come to you with 40 years of experience, not only working with elected officials, but working with staff. I am a person who, I take my job seriously. And if hired, if asked to serve in this interim role, you'll get 200%. And where I need to communicate with commissioners about operational issues, I will do that cleanly, clearly, transparently. But it is important for a commission to understand that, and in this case, the charter sets that responsibility to deal with staff. That is the manager's purview. That is the manager's space, if you will. I know it's not going to work perfectly. I'm certain there are going to be folk calling the commissioners and communicating and talking and whatever. There's nothing that I can do about that. If a commissioner chooses to communicate with me something that they have been told that is of concern, that I as manager can go back and address, then I'm going to do that, because in the end, it is what is in the best interest of the city. And so that is where I always want to leave it, but I also want to communicate clearly that when elected officials get into the space of the manager and start to directly communicate with staff and direct staff, there's always going to be a problem. And that also leads to the leadership adrift, the leadership culture adrift. I have read, of course, that, probably in the last 4 or 5 years, there have been quite a few managerial changes. That does not send a good message to the employees who work for you, because they figure, hey, I'm here and he or she will be gone in a couple of years or whatever it is. That's not a good feeling when you're trying to build a sense of trust and some continuity around things that don't happen in a year or 2 or 3. It takes time and it takes stability to make those things happen. And when you allow that to happen, you allow the people of this community to gain trust in you. And so, to answer your question directly, Mayor, I respect freedom of speech. And I respect that everybody is not going to be, they're not going to act out the same. And if a commissioner receives information from an employee that you believe needs to be communicated to me, then do that, and then allow me to do my job.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Since you are not seeking the permanent role, how do you define success as interim city manager?
Well, depends on how long the interim is. And if I am interim for 3 months, just talking to your employees and getting your budget cycle lined up and giving you good information on where you stand financially and programmatically, is success for me. I am going to assume that you want to proceed with the hiring of a permanent manager. I would say as interim, that an interim at least needs the opportunity to get in, evaluate, and communicate with each of you what is going on, and allow you to determine what you believe makes sense in terms of trying to move through some of those immediate challenges. And so it could be a month, 2, 3 months, end of the calendar year. But an interim needs to at least be allowed the opportunity to stabilize and set you in a position where when your permanent person comes in, not that they're not going to be faced with challenges, but they see stabilization occurring. And I say that seeing it occur is important because if you want good candidates, they don't want to feel as if they're walking into a landmine. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Ms. Curry,
Yes, sir.
how do you rebuild trust after a controversial termination or leadership disruption? How would you rebuild the trust of your staff?
Well,
I didn't write these questions either, just to let you know, because I wouldn't ask that. Some of these have already
it's okay.
are redundant.
I did, but it's okay because it needs to be reinforced because I don't do this job alone. I may come in with a reputation of, wrangling things. I like The Swamp People as one of my favorite TV shows. I'm being very honest. And so I like to wrangle things. I do. I like to do that. But I also am very sensitive to people and their feelings and their emotions.
Right.
I am a direct person too now.
Like that.
I am a direct person, but I also know that when I step out of my door in the mornings or whatever it is I'm gonna do watching Swamp People, there's still things going on in the back of my mind. And when folk come to work, there's still things going on in the back of their minds that are not work-related, right? And so I need to, as I am meeting with folk, as I said I would do, I need to kind of understand where my leadership team is and where their heads are, so that I know if I have some gaps that I can help fill, that I can kind of help move in that space and help them to get where they need to go. I'm not trying to build a career. I've built my career. I am simply trying to help, in this instance, the city of Palatka get on its feet and show its wealth to the community and to the world, to the state of Florida. You all have a lot to be proud of. This is a growing city. It is probably at or exceeding 11,000. Your role is growing, your tax value is growing. Your stone's throw away from St. Augustine, Daytona, Jacksonville. People have to ride through here, to get to the beach in some instances. There's just a lot to be proud of in Palatka. And I think if our employees were proud of what they do here in Palatka, that we would immediately rise tomorrow. And so, like I said, I am not a perfect person, but I am a person of faith. And I don't have a problem in saying that in this government space. I am a person of faith. I don't shrink lightly. My family was one of the inaugural families that integrated public school in 1965 here in Putnam County under the superintendency of William Bill Thomas.
Yes, I remember.
I went through a lot. Those days built me. I was a shrinking, introverted girl, and I grew into an alligator hunter. And so I want people to see me as who I am, and I want to be able to use that to help not only the employees of this city, but to help you as the elected leaders of this city, to put this city back in shape. This city deserves to be in good shape. There are business owners out there depending on this city. There is a college out there, there are schools, there are folk depending on this city to stabilize and rise and allow whatever contribution they have to the economic growth of this city to be utilized in a way that your CRA and your downtown and whatever else it is here that moves and grooves this city to another level, that it can happen. That is my hope. I am 70 years old and I am proud of it. I don't have to hide my age. My mind is still good. My legs still work. And I am able to do what I need to do in whatever capacity that I am called. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be standing here. And so, you know, it is your decision. However you cut it, I am proud to be back in the city of Palatka before the city commission. I've never appeared before the city commission. I've been approached in the past about Palatka in a professional realm, but I was running my family. I was running my finances and just running in order to be able to build my career and get my family educated and get them stabilized. I am retired as I left the city of Gainesville. I am a bit bored. I haven't truly figured out retirement. And so I am willing to give of my skill set, my expertise, my experience to assist you if you see fit in this interim role.
Thank you. Commissioner Campbell?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel like it's redundant, but we would have to skip it for everybody.
Can.
Because I
Okay.
feel like it's been asked in those two. What difficult decision should an intern manager make immediately versus lead to a permanent manager? Oh, no, that's the question. Redact that. I didn't answer that.
Right. Are you confusing us? Good thinking.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go on to the next one.
As interim city manager, if you had to come in and make a strong assessment, such as downsizing departments, how would you accomplish this task? Give an example of an experience.
Wow, okay. The city of Gainesville. I went into a situation where there were financial issues, operational issues, morale issues, leadership transition issues. Again, just being authentically Cynthia. I go in and I assess. Because I'm human and a bit emotional, I will admit, I may feel really bad about some decisions that I have to make, but I will make them if they are in the best interest of the city of Palatka moving forward in a positive way. And so I will evaluate as interim. As I said, interim is just a title, but the role, the job still has to be done. And so if there is a need coming in to make some adjustments, those adjustments will be made not lightly, but the adjustments will be made. As we move through the budget, because we are in a budget cycle, that is really the time for any additional decisions that need to be made to be worked through. I don't know where the city is right now in terms of where you will end up with a millage rate to generate the revenue in your general fund. You went to rollback after maybe, I don't know, 2017, 2018, at a flat millage of 6.4. You went to a rollback of 6.2. I don't know whether it was 397, but some numbers come after the 6.2. So you had a rollback, which only generates the same amount of revenue that you had prior year. You're not really taking advantage of the growth on the roll. And so that was a conscious decision of a commission, right, to roll back. I don't know in that instance if you needed to reduce staff. I don't know. But based on the numbers, if it requires a reduction in force, then it requires a reduction in force. And so we will cross that bridge when we get there. If I'm in the position, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You never take the reduction of force lightly, never, ever. It is someone's livelihood, and whatever can be done based on, I call it a pipeline committee, looking at other vacancies throughout the city. If there are vacancies where folk whose positions may be affected, those individuals, if they have a skill set that can fit, that they fit into those positions, and the pipeline is utilized in a positive way to keep them in the mix. But again, based on proper fit.
Thank you. Do you want me to ask? No, do you have any questions for us?
I had a list, but
I think we should do that.
I don't know that it is really necessary for me to question the commission. That comes with one-on-one, and it will come with, if I happen to be the choice for interim, it comes with presentation to all of you, because just one doesn't make the decision. I know that. And so there are a lot of questions, quite frankly, to be asked. But I think the one for now is, where is the city with the development and finalization of the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report that's due at the end of June? I really would, I'd like to know the answer to that, because that tells me, if I am chosen, it tells me how quickly things need to happen.
Our consulting firm, JB Pro, worked on the comp plan, or the update of the comp plan, and it was submitted. Is this correct, Ms. Wesh? You're looking at me like I have done it.
Not the comp plan.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. It was my hearing. Go ahead.
I would have to ask the finance director.
Yeah, well, the finance director is not here. Okay.
We need to.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, I heard comprehensive plan.
Annual financial.
Yeah.
And if I might, the commission's take on the transition of managers, say over the last 3 or 4 years, and the concentration on qualified candidates, because that is key to the city's ability to move forward. And there've just been so many changes, right, that I just wanted to raise that. I'm sure I'm not raising it to your attention, because I'm certain that it is already on your radar, but that's critical. But right now, so that we don't get on the radar of the State Auditor General, we need to make sure that the ACFR is on its way, or some heavy lifting has to be done.
Ms. Peters on her way downstairs.
Okay. Our finance director will be here shortly.
Okay.
Sure.
And are you, as commissioners, if I might ask, aware of any grant funds that are also on the cusp of expiring that we need to fast forward and review, so that we don't have those funds swept by either the state or federal government?
Yes. We have several grant funds or grants that we have been awarded. Some of them expire at the end of the year, December 2026, so that's an area of concern. That's where the majority will expire if we don't do what we need to do and use those funds appropriately and send in our reports as required.
Okay, so I would need to, someone would need to get a hold of that fast.
And we have a grants administrator and a grants accountant, so those, we do have a team that works on those issues. Go ahead, Ms. Pierre. Ask Ms. Pierre the question directly. This is Chantel Pierre, our finance director.
Good
Cynthia
morning.
Curry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I had asked the question about the status of the ACFR.
Okay. With regards to the status of the ACFR is prepared by our auditor, and we're currently in the auditing process at this time. We're at the tail end of it, and that is the current status at the moment.
Okay, so I did notice when I was online looking, because I have not reached into anybody, so I want to make that clear. So the date on the last ACFR was June 26, which was right at the end of June. And so, in your opinion, do we think we will meet the deadline to present the ACFR to the audit committee and/or the full commission before the end of June?
That's a great question, because as you know, the audit process is a joint effort between the city and the auditor. And at the moment, we are under audit. As I said before, we are more than halfway through the audit at this time. We're going through the single audit portion of the audit, and I would hate to make a determination as to when we could provide a deadline without speaking with the auditor, because I believe that's a joint effort on both parties. At this time, we're actively responding to all of their requests. We're working with them closely to ensure that we meet the deadline.
And when did you start the audit process? When did you start?
When did the audit process started? The end of March, towards the end of March.
March 2026?
Yes. Does that answer your question? or-
It does. It
Okay.
does answer my question.
Okay.
Relative to grants, what grant programs do you have that are expiring the end of the year? I'll just put it end of the year. I know ARPA does, because we've been very involved with ARPA in the city of Gainesville. And I know December 31, 2026, those funds have to be fully expended. So I was wondering if, in fact, your ARPA funds are in shape to be fully utilized, or do you have some concern with that, or any other grant funds that may be nearing expiration?
We do have a comprehensive list of grants that are nearing expiration, but we do have a grants team that is working diligently to ensure that we expend the funds before the deadline. With regards to the ARPA funds, we've had meetings about how to expend the funds, and we would need to work in line with the leadership to direct the funds. The last discussion we had was regarding using the funds for the homelessness initiative. The funds are budgeted, there are budgeted line items. However, as far as expending, it would be a joint effort where we would ensure that we can meet the deadline. The meetings have been held, and it's just a matter of following up to determine the direction of how the funds will be expended. There's a little over $1 million in ARPA funds.
Well, your total ARPA allocation was a little over $5 million, and you still have about $1 million that's unexpended? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I recall, yes.
Is the commission aware of this? Because I don't want to be the person asking the questions.
There were meetings about the ARPA funds. I don't remember what month, but I know we held meetings, we had discussions about repurposing the funds, some of the funds for homelessness. I don't know if you all recall that meeting, and that didn't get passed. So we have to revisit in terms of repurposing some of the funds.
A subject for another day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your
Ms.
time. I
Perry.
appreciate you.
Commissioner Campbell?
It's
Commissioner
good, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you
Ms.
again.
Curry.
Mayor?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
very
Appreciate
much
Thank
for
you.
coming
Very
today.
much.
What time is the next interview, 11?
Yes, sir. Next interview is scheduled for 11 o'clock. We can meet with Mr. White as well as Ms. Jones to see if you need anything prior to the applicant, bringing the applicant forward, and see if the applicant is already.
Present, okay. Okay.
Would it be good to keep Ms. Pierre in?
I think so, just in case. Yeah, I think so.
That's,
I agree.
Very,
I agree.
absolutely. Wait, no, this is, yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Hyatt. Welcome to Palatka.
Thank you. I've been here before, been here several times. Sorry, I'm traveling through. I know somebody will tell me to speak here. I've interviewed here before, didn't get the job. It was probably in 2015 or somewhere around that. Oh, sorry. Thank you. There was a green one, but not a blue one.
We're going to each take a turn asking you a series of questions. We're asking all the interview candidates the same questions. And so we will begin. And we will begin with Commissioner Campbell.
Good morning. I'll do the legal good morning. Good morning. How do you establish trust quickly with staff, elected officials, and the community in an interim role? Additionally, how would you address employee morale during a leadership transition?
Well, interesting enough, in my career, the last two jobs were about 2 years with a little break in between. You go into a new environment and go into a new environment, first of all, where we're in the town of Surfside, where the commission's a little fragmented. They're kind of at each other. Everybody's on video, and staff is at town hall. They're all afraid of losing their jobs. So the one thing that I felt like that was incumbent upon me coming in was to settle the dust. Come in, let's get everybody working together. So I had to establish trust and a level of appreciation between the council and the staff. There's a new council that just had come in November of 2020, and I came in right after that. Sorry, they came in March. I came in November. Let me get my dates straight. And I met with my staff. I met with them, and I not just the first level, the directors, but I went a little further and brought in the supervisory level. And then we also, after we had that initial meeting and started building that interpersonal relationship that is so important with staff, we started working with the council. We started involving directors. In trouble. Directors with the meetings that I had, and they were Zoom, so they were involved in the meetings with elected officials. We met with elected officials. The communication process is so important. One-on-one, I mean, obviously, we can't meet together and discuss things, but one-on-one and making sure I share the same information with all the elected officials. I think that is what is so important, to make sure that there are no well, that's the first time I'm hearing that in a public meeting. We want to make sure that you're equipped and that you're empowered with the information that we give you to be able to make a decision with that information. You're going to have your own information. You'll gather your own information, obviously. You're elected official, and you all will do that and probably do that. But as much information as staff can give you. Also, I worked with staff in Fort Myers Beach when I was there. We had people who were not in the right locations. Their strengths were not where their job responsibilities were. And I had to identify that. And they knew it. They kind of understood. I don't know why they're asking me to do this. One of the first things I did when I got to Surfside and Fort Myers Beach, is the first time I'd done this. I asked the staff to sit, the directors specifically, to tell me in writing what they do. Just keep up with it. What do you do? No, don't give me your job description. HR was here. Don't just give me that. That's a great thing. But now, what are you doing? Small towns, we ask you to do a lot. We ask staff to do a lot. We should ask the city manager to do a lot. But what are you doing? And then we kind of backed into it. So we broke down barriers. Okay, here's my job description. This is what I do. This is me. It wasn't. Half of what was on there was not it. All other related duties, I get that, but that's kind of a different category that we should never really hang our hats on. You lose a level of trust. The other thing with Fort Myers, Surfside, we had a union negotiation coming up. I got really involved with that. It was also with the FOP and with the AFSCME. And I got very involved with that, with just communicating, as much discussions as the attorney would allow me to have with staff, but I was seeing everything that they were doing. I've been asked the question before, what are you going to do the first 100 days? we can do the first day. You know, the 100 days, that doesn't matter. You could wait to the 100th day or the 99th day. Okay, now we're going to start doing everything. If you're a professional city manager and you're coming into any situation, whether it's interim, full-time, anything, advisory, consulting, you need to know your job. You need to know what you're doing. I have committed my life to public service since I'm age 40, and I always wanted to get into public service. I just kind of took the long route, but I feel like that's just something different. And when you come in the first day, you've got to immediately work. I don't wear a watch. I don't really try to I don't like the phone. I try to do things in front of people. I try to take the level down and say, let's talk to each other. Let's not send emails, because so many things can be misinterpreted in an email. I think that sometimes is how those walls start getting built. Well, what did he mean by that? What did she mean by that? And the answer might not be. And then you got this string of emails, and then you get public records requests, and then, you know, and it's who's on first, who's on second. But again, just take things to the lowest common denominator, and that's where we get face to face and talk to each other, and just have everybody in the room, even with the citizens. You know, I've got an open door policy. I'm a different kind of manager. I get out where the staff is working. I go see what they're doing. I observe and pay attention. The directors and I work very closely with that to make sure that we are continually improving our staff, because we're only as strong as the weakest link, and we all know that. Police chief knows that as good as anybody. But you have to make that important. Everybody's important. Everybody makes the whole organization move forward.
Good morning, Mr. Hyatt. How would you prioritize ongoing projects and day-to-day city operations during your interim service?
Well, obviously, I'd look at a history of where we are, how we got here, talk to the pertinent players that have been involved. What might be important to one elected official might not be as important to another, and I'm not sure, y'all individual districts, or are you just at large? Okay, so you're the town at large, the mayor elected at large, I should know that, but okay, so the same thing. Trying to understand what is of the utmost important. A couple of things you have to look at. Okay, are there any grants involved? Are there timetables? Is there reporting involved? You know, what's at the federal level, the state level? Make sure you communicate with those partners. We were unfortunate in Fort Myers Beach with a devastating hurricane that damaged 100% of the structures on the island, 7-mile-long island, population of about 5,000. And the police chief will probably appreciate this. 5,000 off-season. During the season, chief, is about 50,000. So we had a 2-lane road going through the town. So we had to prioritize our projects to make sure that we put the right things first. You know, sometimes we look at a road getting paved, and then we come back later and we go back in and replace a water line. Wait a minute. We knew we were going to replace that water line because that just didn't, unless it broke, and we understand those things do break. But you have to prioritize and put things in order that way. What's going on? Obviously, we have a drought. You know, you have a lead problem. We have concern there, almost statewide in Florida, those type of things. But we have to, you know, sometimes you have to drop one priority and move them around. It's kind of like with capital improvement projects and a strategic plan. You know, I believe really strongly in a strategic plan. They're just finishing up in Fort Myers Beach, but we started that before I left last year, or the year before in 2024. And I just think it's a great way to get the public's input on the direction we're going to go and what they feel like needs to be, what the council feels like needs to be. You have, you know, someone comes in to speak and lead that, and you have a facilitator that does that. But we have to make sure, again, I'll go back to the projects, you know, what kind of money's involved? You know, is there a timetable on the money? Do you have to go and ask forgiveness? Again, I was going to talk a little bit about the Fort Myers Beach situation. We had $2 million that was a matching project that, you know, we still had the money from the federal government from COVID, and we were working to get this project started, but due to the fact that we had that hurricane and so many other things had to happen, and we had trailers on the park, and we kept going back for extensions and extensions. So just that continual communication at all levels of the government. I mean, each department, you know, every year the police department has you know, JAG grants and things like that they've got to come up with, and you got to make sure you have something to plug into those. I'm a firm believer believer in bringing in the funds because they're going to give them to somebody. They just will give them to the town that we're in, the city we're in, to make sure that we're able to do that.
Good morning, Mr. Hyatt.
Morning.
When you enter a city experiencing leadership disruption, what are your first 30 days focused on?
The first morning, if you will, that I'm here, should you choose to bring me in, I'll sit with staff. I'll sit with the department heads. I mean, that'll be the first thing that we do. Obviously, I'll have each one of you filtered in, hopefully that day as well. But I think sitting with staff, understanding what their feelings are. I always believe this. There's three sides to every story, right? There's my side, your side, and somewhere in the middle sometimes is either the correct place or where we need to get to. I think there's always a resolution to an issue. I believe in transparency. I think that we have to communicate, over-communicate. Again, I believe in the face-to-face communication. I think that is just so something that's just lost in our technological world these days. We all quick to text and quick to send emails and think that there's nothing wrong with that. And there's certain times you need to memorialize things in emails so everybody understands. Now, per our discussion, this is what we did, and that's kind of how I work that. But also, just getting people involved, understanding, not necessarily go in there, guns blazing and say, okay, well, you're out. I was asked to come back to Surfside, but one of the things the elected officials had asked me to do was, well, this person needs to go, this person needs to go. And I kept telling them, look, guys, we really, I believe you come in and you understand why you feel that way, not necessarily you, but that body, why they felt that way, why the staff was doing what they were doing. Remember, they had changed the city manager too, so the city manager's given direction, council comes in, they think it should go another direction, they get rid of the city manager, bring in a new city manager, you should do this. We should all work together for the good of the organization and to make this the best place that you live, work, and play. You hear that everywhere you go, every town. We're going to be the best city that we can be. We're going to be the best city in Florida to live, work, and play, and we all believe that, and we all want that to happen. But the work word is really important. The live and play is what comes as a byproduct of the working. And just getting the staff to buy in to what we want to do and everybody going in the same direction. I'll be transparent on this. I have replaced people before. I have, after I've reviewed what we've got, I've moved people. I did that. I had a young man who was extremely bright, and he was hired as an administrative assistant. And all this was going on in Fort Myers Beach, and they had, for instance, we were doing, on a normal month, they would probably do anywhere from 100 to 150 permits. We were doing 2,000 a week, building permits and things of that nature. So you could imagine the nightmare. And so they were just plugging people in everywhere, and they're like, we need a public works director. And they put him in that, and he had no experience in his abilities weren't confrontational, and sometimes you have to be a little confrontational in a positive way. And I was recognizing that, and I left him in charge. I had to go out of the country, and that was prearranged with the council before I got there. But while I was gone, people were like, he was nowhere. And I found out that wasn't his strong suit. So I eventually moved him into a position of his legislative role, working with the state, the federal government, and the local and county governments, and it fit him to a T. But you have to be able to identify that in those 30 days. You have, this is there's not a one size fits all. If it was that easy, then you could just put anybody up here and it would just work itself out. But I think you've got to really identify what the issues are, the who, what, where, when, and how, and go in there and align everybody where they should be. And it's not just an overnight thing. I think results will be seen over the long period, but I think there's some fixes, quick fixes, if you will, that could be done in a 30-day period. But you've really got to do a lot of talking. You got to do a lot of listening as well, probably more listening.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hyatt, how do you maintain professionalism and neutrality while serving under an elected commission?
Well, I'm a International City Managers Association credentialed city manager. And a part of that is a lot of work that we do, ethics-wise training, other continual training. We are professional public servants. I do see, and it's one thing that I notice, I'm going to the Florida City County Managers Association meeting next week, excuse me. I notice, I don't want anybody to take this wrong, a lot of city managers in this profession are me guys. You know, how much more money can you give me? How big a raise can you give me? I'm not that guy. I really am not that guy. Obviously, we have to make a living. I get that. We all do. But I think, you know, being the Lone Ranger, you just kind of set yourself apart. You set the example, or you'll be the example. And again, I can't speak enough about the teamwork and the involvement of everyone. Not everyone's going to agree with maybe a comment. Again, I try to listen a lot more than I speak. We were talking, gentleman grew up in Chattanooga, the community services director, and I grew up in Cleveland, Tennessee, so we're about 20 miles apart, and all of us probably heard you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. You should listen twice as much as you speak. I know he's probably heard that, being, you know, from that region of the country, but I think we just need, again, listen, set myself above controversy, insert myself when it's needed, be a mediator. A lot of times, you know, the term wearing a lot of hats is overused a lot. You know, I was talking to the HR director, and we were talking about, you know, how important I feel like HR is, because that is such a lost art in small government sometimes. Sometimes the city manager's got to wear that hat too. And I think a lot of things fall between the cracks. And, okay, you know, you do this, here, can you help a little bit with HR? Can you do this calls and stuff? I think everybody has to be as professional, and the city manager has got to be above everything. I mean, I'm committed to the position. I've always, it's amazing every time I've gone in, I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able, there was 2 positions I took, and I'm like, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this. When I went to Fort Myers Beach, I'm like, this is a lot of heavy lifting. I mean, it was a war zone. It was terrible. You know, it was a lot like when the building collapsed. You look at that building and like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to bring this building down when we have limited funds? But I think you just, 1 minute at a time sometimes, 1 hour at a time, and you just, all right, let's get to the next thing. Let's get to the next thing. It just never ends. But again, prioritizing, keeping yourself above reproach, keeping yourself above, like on the outside looking in, but sometimes you got to be inside looking out. Both places sometimes.
Thank you. Commissioner Campbell?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hyatt, how do you evaluate morale and organizational culture quickly?
Well, I talked to the elected officials first. I think that's very important, because I think you sit in a position that you kind of have been on the outside looking in the past. You've been elected. You're now on the inside looking out, and you kind of see both things. Sometimes employees, you know, they're just looking at it from their perspective. Oh, it's work. I got to keep this job. I got to do this. Again, I work with the staff. I can't emphasize that. I go where the staff goes. I'm not out there working. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, you know, driving the sanitation truck. I'm not, you know, driving the tractors. But I go to support them, to show them, you know, that I'm here for them, that we're here for them, that we want the best for our community, and that they need to be part of that. It's incumbent upon them to do the best, the most efficient and effective job we can do. And I think that kind of helps lead us to that, by just pulling people closer, making us, you know, the term family, yeah, that can be used. But you kind of got to change the culture a little bit. You got to change how people look at what they're doing. You know, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. And things are never as bad as they seem, or never as good as they seem. So if I can just kind of get the mentality that, okay, I don't like doing this, but maybe this is the next step. Maybe let me just do my part, and now we're here. And it's putting the right people together on the job. You know, maybe this group doesn't work good together. I'm not saying you just take somebody and just, okay, well, you're always a troublemaker, so we're going to put you over here all the time doing this. No, you just find where they will fit with somebody who's going to be a mentor to them, maybe somebody who's going to help, encourage them to be a team player. Again, evaluations are a big tool, and the human resources will tell you that. I've instituted, annual evaluations. Everybody talks about it, but we really put some muscle to it with performance reviews. We set goals. We did things that say, okay, you need to achieve these goals. We don't make them, unachievable. They're very achievable. It depends on what your position is. We cater them to that. It'd be great to say, all right, Chief, we need you to reduce crime. Okay, that's great. But what are the tools to reduce crime? If there was a magic potion for that, all the police departments would have that, and, we'd have zero crime. But speeders, how do you reduce speed? A lot of elected officials do that. But we just kind of, set the tone early with that mentality, and I think that kind of leads to a positive improvement.
Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Hyatt, what do you see as the biggest challenges and opportunities currently facing municipalities like Palatka?
A lot of times, you can sit there and say money, and I think if you budget properly, that's key. You just, the answer is not always that, we'll just raise millage rate, we'll raise this tax, but what are we doing to be the most efficient that we can be? How are we using those dollars? How are we multiplying the dollars that we have into more dollars? I think, that's one key element to prioritizing issues and attacking those one at a time. But I think, we kind of need to focus in that area a little bit. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. That's it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Commissioner Jones?
Mr. Hyatt, walk us through your approach to taking over doing an active budget cycle like we're in right now.
I just wrote the word budget. It really,
You just said it, too.
I just said.
Yeah.
I think, it's a hurry to catch up. And I'm an actual firm believer, and I'm sure the finance director's in here somewhere, or maybe not. But obviously, meeting with that person, that's a key figure in all of this. I really rely on their subject matter expertise. I'm not a police officer, but we have people in place that do that. I'm not a finance director either, haven't been one, but I've worked with budgets and prioritized, and we've sat down. But again, that goal setting, look at what we have in place now. Look at past budgets. You obviously look at the historical documents and see where you've come from, and to try to look into the future, those capital improvement programs. If you have a CIP in place, that's a big deal. That's a big deal with the strategic plan and with the planning and the budgeting and everything that goes forward. But again, you have to sit down, you have to look at where we are in a 5-year cycle, go back a couple of years, go forward 2 or 3 years, see where we are, where we are projecting to be. Again, sit down with all the staff, is this important, is this not important? Sometimes, you don't need to buy the new vehicles this year. You need, okay, let's wait a year. Let's look and see what we do. How do we do that? We don't need to add employees this year. Let's wait. I've always kind of waited to hire employees halfway through the year. That way you don't have to budget for them for that first year. It just kind of makes a little different dynamic with going forward. And then as people approach retirement, as people approach, they leave or decide to change jobs, take a look at that job. I mean, obviously, there's certain jobs that are just it's so important to the organization that you need to fill those. But can we combine? I actually, Fort Myers Beach, bless his heart, he's really doing good. He came in as the manager of Parks and Recreation when I got there. And as we were going through the budget cycle, we're looking, well, we don't have a director. That guy moved out of Public Works, and I'm like, oh, well, no, we didn't have a director of recreation, so I moved him up to Parks and Recreation director. And then I made that other move, and so to make him, also give him the Public Works responsibility, because our park and our swimming pool was still devastated, and we weren't having a lot of recreation. We were still putting the beach back, so we weren't having a lot of re-nourishment project on the beach. We weren't having a lot of activity that way. So that was kind of a little less. So instead of keeping him and hiring a public works director, I just combined the effort. And he's still that position now, as far as I know, at least he was yesterday. So, I think it's important to look at that and say, well, not necessarily do we need to eliminate somebody, but if we have the opportunity to combine something through somebody retiring or leaving the town for whatever reason, the city for whatever reason, can we do that to help reduce? But again, staying plugged in with the finance director, staying plugged in with the council, their vision, what you think is important. I think that, and again, listen to the public. Obviously, when we have public hearings, that's so important to listen to the public. Sometimes they come in, a lot of times it's about a certain project on their street, or it's about the millage rate. Don't raise our taxes. And of course, the way the political environment is in Florida now, you're not sure what's going to happen with that. So now, what are we going to do? Kind of stepping outside the question, what are we going to do now about future budgets if we have to lower the millage or do something, or how are we going to make up that shortfall? So just so many things to look at, but again, getting the vital players involved in the finance department and the elected officials and even the directors, and just kind of understand what their needs are and what their wants. And, budgets can change from the first reading to the second reading, and they often do. That's not a problem. That happens. They get better. They get not as good, but that's there's some time, obviously, to take a look at that. It's still not, budget hearing time, but it's getting close.
Well, thank you.
I think you do have one tonight or tomorrow night, right?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, yes.
Thank you.
We had it last night.
Oh, yeah, I'd seen there was one.
Mr. Hyatt, how do you handle individual elected officials attempting to direct staff?
It's always been something that I've been asked everywhere I go. How do we do that? We've got this issue. We've got staff member this issue. I've always felt like it was important to the success of the organization for employees to be able, especially directors. Live in a small community, you interact, you've seen each other, you probably knew each other before you got to be an elected official. Now, I'm not going to expect you to stop talking. You can't. You really shouldn't. It should be in the charter. I haven't read this charter that you can't direct staff. That's what you hired this person for. But you can have input, as far as what things need to be done in the town, but the operational part, and I think just making it clear with the elected officials that, look, let's discuss it. Let's, use me because, I could be the scapegoat. That's what I'm hired for. I'm the professional city manager, and you're not necessarily going to be looked at positively if everybody says, oh, well, he or she, not necessarily you, but in past elected bodies, they've directed staff. I've not been in a situation in a few years where a council member has directed staff to do this. They've talked to them about projects. They've talked to them about certain things. I think the toughest job I had was a mayor wanting to stand out with the police chief or the police officers on A1A in coming out of Miami Beach and help stop the traffic. Help stop speeders. That's a nightmare for this gentleman right here. First of all, you're not qualified. You're standing in the way, and there could be something else happen. It's like going out to a DUI checkpoint and having people sit there. I mean, people pull up there. They're going to pull guns out of cars. There's going to be all kinds of situations. We need to protect ourselves in particular situations. But again, that's what you hire the manager for, is to take the heat, to take that off of you, and it's always a good thing, and we'll communicate about that. It'll be an individual thing, that's one thing about it, me, and you can go back, Google, you can do anything. I won't publicly embarrass you. I just ask the same thing, that if we communicate, we just will do that. We will look like we are just one hand and with an extra thumb, and we will just, work together to make the town is the best it can be. And I think there's really some good days ahead for Palatka. I really do. I mean, there's so much to offer. I mean, not a lot of towns have a river. You know that, and they would like to have that. My preference is the river over the ocean, and I've been in beach communities, the last 3 communities. So it's a little breath of fresh air to me.
Since you're not seeking funding, how do you define success as an interim city?
I think the progress you can make in a short term is important because I think what you ask about the 30 days, some ask about the 100 days. That's kind of what you've got here. You know, you've kind of got I think it was up to 6 months. Let's say it's 90 days. Let's say we find the gym and you bring that person in and they're just the person, everybody that's the person we want to hire. We go through that process and we're in a good place. You know, you want to look back and say, okay, are we any further down the road than we were right this minute when I'm standing here talking to you? And that would be my job to make sure we are. I spoke a little bit, a few minutes ago about going into a town, especially Fort Myers Beach, and I was looking, I just don't think I can do this when you're looking at rubble as tall as this building where they just tore a hotel down or whatever the case may be. And you're thinking, I just don't know that I can do it. I don't have staff in place. But I just had patience. I just, you know, took a step back and say, I can't let them down, and I can't let staff, I'm not sure how many staff are in here, but I can't let the staff down. Everybody, you know, I'm the conduit between all the things, the employees, the public, and the elected officials, the state, and the federal government, and state emergency management, and your state elected officials who are so important, and the federal elected officials. I think you have to move forward. You have to go and make progress, because I think the worst thing that can be is that we end up 5 months from now and I'm sitting here, or even 30 days from now, and you're like, we haven't done anything. We're just sitting in the office and under the fan trying to stay cool. No, we need to see some progress. Need to, you know, if there's a project out there. I got to Fort Myers Beach and people were like, oh, it's coming. I got there in May. And we were having an event on the 1-year remembrance of the hurricane in September. And we had a park that was right on the back bay, and it needed to be done. And everybody's like, you know, somebody asked me in a public meeting, when can you have it done? And this was like June. I said, we'll have it done by September 1st. It was a pretty tall order. But we had to get new awnings, we had to put new carpet down. There was just, you know, electrical and lights and all kinds of things. But we had it done, and we had that event. We set our minds to it. That's the good thing about being under an emergency order. There's some things you can do and then come and get elected officials to approve it. But also, I do talk to each one of you about projects and things like that. I think that's the thing. It's the team. One person cannot do everything. I'll just tell you now, I can't do it all. There's no way. It takes HR, it takes police, it takes, you know, the clerk, it takes the council, and even volunteers. We can't do it without our town volunteers. There's a lot of things that come to work, but it's going to be one thing for me to make sure we do is bring those people together to make sure we move along as quickly and that you don't really miss anything, that there's not gaps. Gaps cost money and gaps lose money and gaps are not making a lot of people happy. So I think we need to make sure we close the gap. We get things accomplished as quickly as we can, depending on the project, whether, you know, obviously we can't make it rain, but whatever we can have control over, we will do as quickly as we can, as long as it's budgeted. If we have to amend the budget, we have to ask, you know, for money to be moved somewhere to get something accomplished, to get it approved. We'll do the right things there.
Commissioner Davis?
How do you rebuild trust after a controversial termination or leadership disruption?
That's hard because emotions, personalities, you know, that's always a tough one, because sometimes you have to separate from somebody who's liked, you know. What is it? I'd rather be respected or loved. You know, respect in an organization is important, and sometimes you have to make tough decisions. You know, I'll say tough love. You know, even in a household raising, you know, 2 boys and a girl, there's decisions we had to make that weren't always popular amongst the troops, and there'll be decisions that we all will make in a local government that don't please everybody. That would be great if we could, but that doesn't exist. One thing I'm proud of, that when I decided not to renew my contract in January of '25 in Fort Myers Beach, the council was surprised, and they all asked me to stay and extend, and how long, what can we do? That made me feel good, that they appreciated how far we had come and what we were doing, and all the steps we were taking. And there were people we had to dismiss, and the attorney will understand this. There's people that are going to, two kind of cities that have been sued and cities that are going to be sued. And employees will do that sometimes, and you just have to if you just make all the right decisions and do the right things, and we don't have to explain it publicly. If it's a personnel decision, we can talk individually, and sometimes, depending on the position, we have conversations. This is going to happen. I've done that before. Somebody's, I dismissed an employee that she had. I'm going to say, it was the police chief in a small town that I was in, and she would put. A police officer one day would be, we call him the investigator, a small town, 2,500. These 2-3 days you're the investigator, and then they come in, she changes schedule, now you're back on nights, on patrol and stuff like it. There just was no organization, no structure, and it's like this was the only person that the uniform fit in a small town. So that's kind of how that came. So I let all the officials know this was going to happen. She was kind of popular with part of the police department, but we looked long and hard before I did that in my decision, and found the right person that when you put them in that place, everybody gravitated to. So the replacement in a situation like that is more important potentially than the departure, because now you're looking forward and looking to make progress and go to a different level. That is just something that I think we continually improve and try to, again, I talked about plugging people in the right places. Sometimes those are popular and sometimes they're not popular, and it depends on the situation.
Commissioner Jones?
As an interim city manager, you had come in and make strong assessment such a downsizing department. How did you accomplish this? Give us an example.
We did that in Fort Myers Beach. After I got there, we had a lot of people that we had brought in, excuse me, that were helping with the permitting, because it was just a nightmare and it was a disaster. And one thing we did was obviously look at who's making the biggest contribution, who gets it. I have to rely on their supervisors and their directors in these situations. We actually found people who we had contracted with that were doing a lot better job than some of the people that we actually had on our staff. So we had to take that into consideration. What do we do? Do we contract this out now, or do we bring it? Or do we continue with these individuals? So I made the decision. And talked to the elected officials, and looked at the finances and looked at how it was going to affect us long term. And I made the decision to contract out the permitting process in our town. It was not seen as a positive with some of the people that we were laying off, but you put them in layoff status for up to I believe we did it for up to 6 months. That if we had a call, we had the list. We didn't have a union in Fort Myers Beach, so we prioritized that. We did end up calling one back, but we felt like bringing in and having the building official and having the permitting techs, is what we call them, in that position, that was the better mousetrap for us. And as far as I know, they're still there, and it's been over 2 years. And it saved money.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
What you mean better mousetrap? What do you mean by better mousetrap?
Well, years ago, you know, the old traditional mousetrap they had that we have now. Well, they tried to improve that in the 60s and 70s and have all kinds of contraptions and stuff. But when they found out there was no better mousetrap. The phrase that I was used to was they were looking to get a better mousetrap so they could catch mice quicker and faster. But they found out really the old way was the best way. So looking at how we could get a better mousetrap was sometimes it's not always successful, but just,
I'm sorry, I thought it was an unfamiliar term, I just
Okay,
wasn't,
gotcha.
yeah, so
Like a-
I wanted to make sure. Okay, I'm sorry.
like a trade secret.
Sorry about that,
No,
thank
you're
you.
fine.
Thank you. That's all our questions. Do you have any questions of us, though?
Not really, actually. You know, this is a tough job. Yeah, you guys got a tough job. I kid you not. I've dealt with probably, you know, worked for and with, you know, probably 30 plus, 40 plus elected officials. And, you know, Palatka's, you know, kind of, I noticed the term gym out there, and you know, we had a community where we had a theater, and we called it the gym theater. And, you know, it was just everybody's pride and joy. I know you guys take a lot of pride in what you're doing, and this, I applaud you for this, because sometimes, as well as the chief's doing, and congratulations, it's tough, I know. It's not easy. I know it's not easy. And you're wearing a couple of hats and doing a couple of things, and I know, you know, he has decided not to continue in this, so that's why we're sitting here. But I hope, you know, he's going to stay here because that's a resource, right? I think that is something I know, you know, the other candidates, I'm a little different. I'm not a typical city manager. I roll my sleeves up, I get involved everywhere except there, or the fire department there. You know, I do support them tremendously, and whatever, you know, they need to talk to me about, I'm always all ears. Open door. You know, I remember, if I may, I don't know what your time.
You're fine, you're fine. Go ahead.
Good. I got to Surfside during COVID, right? And we had elected officials were, you know, saluting people, and you know, language was flying on you know, each other, and it was a challenge, to say the least. And that's one thing, as you come in as a manager, you look, okay, I got to deal with the public, the staff, and things of that nature, and the public's issues. And then I also had to deal with that, so that was added. Not that that's this way. I don't see anything like that here. Please let me qualify that. But then, you know, I came in November, and then in June I got a phone call, you know, at 1:20 in the morning, that a building had collapsed in our town. You know, and that is different. Nothing we do. Nothing. Now, I looked at this completely different. You know, we didn't know how many bodies were in that building. You know, I've seen and been through things. I understand a little bit, if you've served in the military, and a little bit about destruction and death. But that night when we got there, the police chief and my favorite pictures, the two, not this police chief, but at the time, we're standing in the street in front of the collapse, and on body cam, somebody took had a picture, and they took it and they gave it to me later. But I remember that moment, we were discussing the next steps. You know, Miami-Dade County Fire Department, Miami-Dade County Police Department, all of, you know, the mutual aid, everything was there, nothing but blue lights and red lights and, you know, alarms and things going on. But you just kind of centered and focused on what you were trained to do. I'm the only city manager in the state of, probably in the country, that has dealt with a non-natural disaster that resulted in the death of 98 people and a devastating hurricane to rebuild the hurricane. That's two things that I dare say that any candidate has ever done. I've seen and experienced and walked through things that no other manager's ever walked through. I'm not the best city manager. Never will be. No way I can be. There's a lot of people a lot smarter than me. I don't have a PhD. I just am a hard worker. I'm just a guy that focuses, that, you know, that grew up in Appalachia, and that, you know, has a work ethic that is just something that I think is important, that we pull things together. And this is a great opportunity. It's, I'm not looking for long-term. I retired. I'm a adjunct instructor at the University of North Florida teaching government classes. I like that, but that's, it's online and it's not every semester. So I enjoy that thoroughly as well, but, Palatka, again, I interviewed before and didn't get the job, and I'm back again. So, I mean, that should speak volumes, hopefully, about what I see in Palatka, and I drive around and look at things and see things a little different than maybe when you're on the inside looking out versus the outside looking in. But some of my experiences are second to none. I mean, they are not. You don't want people to have these kind of experiences. And it's not so much what you do with emergency preparedness as much as in your emergency reaction. We can write a book. We can look at our, consolidated emergency management plan all day long, and the fire department trains, the police department trains, and until you're right there at the moment, nobody knows how you react. Never anticipated that building, never. So it kind of changes you, makes you who you are, makes you understand the relationships. And when you're standing out there with the mayor at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're calling the council members and waking them up, and that's something that always sticks with you. It's always interesting, but it really brought the team together. And I was amazed at how the team reacted because we had prepared. We were just about 2 days later going to have a tabletop exercise for a hurricane, and this happened, so that went by the wayside. We had a real activity that we had to address. Don't wish that on anybody. That's it. Talk too much. I apologize for that.
Welcome, Mr. Gleason, and thank you for your interest in this position. We are going to ask you a series of questions, as we've asked the same questions of every candidate, and we will start with Commissioner Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gleason.
Afternoon, sir.
Mr. Gleason, how do you establish trust quickly? How do you establish trust quickly with staff, elected officials, and the community in an interim role?
One is through open and honest communication, and you do that right away. And you don't change who you are, you don't change how you communicate, and let people know who you are, and you value and respect them and the role that they do, and hopefully they'll do the same with you.
Additionally, how would you address employee morale during the leadership transition?
I understand that's a challenge for you all. Like I said, don't pick sides in there, but I know that you've gone through your issues, and so I think probably that's one of the most critical things that needs to happen. You're in the midst of budget time, or at least that cycle gearing up, and you need folks focused on their jobs, focused on goals and objectives, and the best way to do that is for them to have someone around them that respects and understands what they do, encourages, gets out of the way and lets them do their job, and you're there to assist and help guide. And if there's a roadblock somewhere, that's your job to move that, but it's to make sure that all the tools are there for them to do their job as efficiently and proactive as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Campbell?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How would you prioritize ongoing projects and day-to-day city operations during your interim service?
Well, we use the word interim, but you still have a business that runs 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, counting public safety and what have you. So you come in, it may be an interim position, but you still focus on the fact that what's the long term? And the long term is knowing what those goals and objectives are, and that things are still happening. Because what can happen sometimes during transition interim is things sit, things pause, and people kind of maybe sometimes take a little break. And so it's to ensure that doesn't happen. So you still look at it and treat it as if those are your long-term objectives and goals. But being an outsider coming in, what you do is you learn immediately from the people, the commission and mayor, and the staff, in the sense of what do they understand them to be, and to make sure that staff and commission are on the same page in the terms of what is being done, and then what you expect for deliverables and accountability. Again, I understand, that you're going through a transition, and the key thing there is just to create as much stability and comfort in the organization that you can have while you go through that process.
Davis?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gleason. When you enter a city experiencing leadership disruption, what are your first 30 days focused on?
We'll go back to the very opening. It's immediately meeting with staff, directors, but then also employees, because everybody is staff in terms of there. And then it's the mayor and the commission, to make sure that you fully understand what are the goals, the objectives, and the direction. The day-to-day, you all hopefully don't have to worry about that. That's you worry about the policy side, and you allow on the interim or the manager and staff to take care of the day-to-day. But that to me is the most critical. Most of the places I've come into have been organizational changes, and I will just say that may be the luck of my draw for the 25 years of my career. I somehow have gotten situations where you came into a challenging environment, but I would like to say that I retired recently from Lake Helen. Prior to that, I did 3 years up in New Hampshire, somewhere I'd never been before in my life, and took something outside of my comfort level. And I can tell you that the employees in New Hampshire, the employees in Lake Helen, was one of the first things that was done, is that created that level of calm, that stability, that allowed them to kind of relax for the first time in a while, take a breath, cleanse what's going on, and let's just refocus and repurpose on what we need to do. That to me is the most critical thing, because the day-to-day is going to take care of itself. You've got your fire chief and your police chief and the directors. They know what they're supposed to do. What the job of the manager is just to try to keep the noise down as much as possible.
Mr. Gleason, how do you maintain professionalism and neutrality while serving under an elected commission?
Well, that's the whole challenge of a manager commission form of government. You don't take sides, you don't play politics. I've been fortunate, other than when I worked and lived in the city of Ocoee, I've usually lived or lived not in the city I manage. So it was a little bit easier that you didn't get caught up in the politics and the day-to-day. Now, there are good and bad about where you live and you don't live, but I think the key thing there is just maintaining what we're supposed to in this, is that you keep, your politics out of it. Yes, as individuals, you develop relationships differently with different people, and you may have, a friendly relationship with some than others, but you don't let that interfere. I've always said to employees in any commission that I've come in is that I communicate equally and fairly, and sometimes to a detriment, in the sense that if a question gets asked by a commissioner, many times I answer that with the 5, because my view is that you may have gotten that question out on the street, but it's very possible that someone else has got that too. And so many times, now I understand the Sunshine Law, so we're careful in not violating that, but in providing information, the easiest thing for us to do is to make sure you have it all, and let you decide what email you don't want, which one you want to delete, under records and in terms of that. But I've never in 25 years wanted to be the city manager sitting in a room and have a council member turn their head over and say, how come I didn't know that? Because the key thing is communication, open and honest. There's no agenda. The agenda is to do the best job you can under the circumstances in that environment, and don't let anything else get in the way of that.
Commissioner Jones?
How do you maintain professionalism and neutrality while serving under an, oh, I'm sorry.
Next one.
I thought he just said, go wait. How do you evaluate morale and organizational culture quickly?
Well, there's the regular communication and there's the unofficial communication, which is we'll call the water cooler or what have you. I mean, I know that's an old term that dates somebody like me with gray hair. But it is getting plugged in quickly, and it's listening to everybody. And, and I will tell an employee that I'll hold up a blank piece of paper and say, this is what you are to me. And I don't mean that in a negative, meaning I don't come in with any bias. I don't come in with any preconceived. I don't have any attitude or opinion that somebody is right or wrong or what circumstance took place. So it's an opportunity to start out fresh and clear and straight from that day. I will tell people the person I am on the 30th day or the 60th day or the 90th day of the job is the person I was on the first day. And I think that's what sometimes people look back and they count on that, because we all know we've gotten into relationships and then people want to change us or we change, and a lot of times, well, that's not the guy we interviewed, that's not the guy we hired, that's not who you told us you were. And so the key is, I think, is trying to be yourself, be legitimate, but it's respect, what they say. Now, respecting and communicating doesn't mean that you necessarily agree. You also have to tell somebody, okay, I've heard you out, I understand what your opinion was and what led to that, but this is why we're going to go this direction, or this is in terms of there. And I think as long as that's done, very professionally and communicative-wise, most people want to do the right thing. They want to do a job. They're spending 40-plus hours in this community, and, this is probably the second most important thing to their families. And so why not create an environment that at least makes them feel welcome and comfortable and enjoy where they're at? We all have challenges in work. We're all going to run up to things to where certain days we say, hell, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm frustrated in terms of that. That's life, and we get that. But, if you're going to be here 40-plus hours a week, try to make it as enjoyable as possible. I have a pretty bad or funny sense of humor, so I'm a humorous person, and I like for people to laugh. I like for the commission to laugh. There are times, even in a meeting, in the tension of something will come in their head, and I'll just pop it out, and it just sometimes will break the tension in a room and create a little bit of a laugh and a chuckle. And to me, that's very valuable in the sense of letting people know that you can also laugh at yourself and it's your own mistakes, because none of us are perfect.
Thank you.
Commissioner Campbell?
What, what do you see as the biggest challenge and opportunities currently facing municipalities like Palatka?
Well, the biggest challenge you've got is to heal from what you've just gone through. Okay, that I think is the critical thing in terms of both the commission and the employees. And then the second step of that is to make sure that people are focused on what they're supposed to be doing, their goals and objectives. And I said earlier, if they haven't been, they need to be in budget process now. I mean, you're going to be sending a tentative millage rate, not too long. I know the preliminaries come out next month in terms of valuations, but you don't wait for that. I mean, you still do that. Budgeting is a 365-day-year process. So, I mean, we have this window, but I just know that the timelines are coming up when you need to set certain dates, your tentative millage rate, and then, you're preparing for your public sessions, and that's probably one of the most critical. I did look on your online and saw, in terms of the general budget and the overall budget, and I was kind of impressed. I mean, that's a lot of money for the city of 10, 11,000 in terms of there. When you look at some others compared on that, the budgets aren't quite that large. Now, you're full service. I get that, police and fire and the full utilities, but you also have the airport.
Yes.
And things. So
Cross,
so you've got a few little things on there that are unique to that. But going back to your question, what's the biggest challenge? Tallahassee. No other way to put it. They complain when Washington tells them what to do, but they darn sure don't have a problem when they want to tell us at the city level what we need to do. And not only do they want to tell us what to do it, but they want to take your tax away from it and still tell you have to do the job. Yeah. So that may be the biggest challenge, short and long term, all of us as Floridians need to look at in the sense of how is this going to play out, whether it's this year or next year, with the talk in reference to the tax structure. Because, while we can say we have no income tax and low sales tax, our governments are very much dependent on property taxes. And so if we're exempting, and listen, I'm homesteaded and I own my home and I'd love to be able to say I'm not going to pay any taxes anymore, but I also know that somebody's got to pay somewhere. And so I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges. I don't know how the city's, is with its relationship with its state officials and in terms of there, but it'd be key, the fact that at least be plugged in the sense so at least they're listening to you the best that we can get them to listen to us.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Gleason, walk us through your approach to taking over during an active budget cycle.
I've had that happen before, so, what you do is you rely a lot on the folks that are there. I mean, there's no other way. I mean, I've got my budget philosophy and anybody standing here at this podium has done budgets. I mean, meaning who's a city manager in terms of that process. So it's not so much the technicality, but it's then learning very quickly from your department directors. How has it been done? What's successful? What are the priorities? And there's always a lot more wants than there are money to go for. So it's working with the department directors and narrowing those down, and then what they believe are worth fighting for in terms of theirs, then what we present, with you all during the July workshops and whatever, and we're going to be working on the tentative. Now, we all know that the budget doesn't get approved until September, but I've been fairly successful in the past of come July and August, we pretty much were done. Now, I'm not saying you don't get to a public session and something comes up in the room or something changes, but been fortunate enough that I haven't come into where all of a sudden at the last hearing, at the last hour, somebody makes a motion to cut the millage another 0.50 or something in terms of that basis. And I think a lot of that has to do with good and communication and transparency. There's nothing to hide here, okay? I don't have an agenda. It's not Jim's agenda. It's your agenda. It's what you want for your city and for the citizens of Palatka. Okay.
Mr. Gleason, how do you handle individual elected officials attempting to direct staff?
I will go back to saying in the beginning is your role is to set policy. It's the city manager's job to direct staff how they implement that policy. There's a fine line there, and I get, when you're elected, I've been an elected official many years ago. I'm recovered. But I was a city official before I ever got into the city management position. And so I understand there are needs, from the public, and sometimes there's pressure on you. Somebody wants something done, and they don't understand the policies and the rules and regulations that are there. But I think with good communication and honest communication, and honest meaning the answer they get today is the same answer they're going to get tomorrow, and the same answer your peer's going to get. Meaning, I'm not going to give you one answer and then somebody else at the other end of the commission a different answer just based on what I think they want to hear. And you just have to hope that the person who was elected then is willing to understand that they can't solve everything. And I know, I'll be honest, that's the biggest frustration, I think, in 25 years of me being in city management and even my years of elected officials, is those few cases when you couldn't solve something. And I think there are times that you have to step back and recognize that some things just can't be fixed, in reference to one-on-one or the individual. I don't want to say can't be fixed, but that there's not an immediate, solution or an answer. If there is repeated patterns of interference, then I believe that has to come back to the commission, and the commission has to address that, because you also have a responsibility with your peers of working together, because if one does it, then a second will do it. And that's why I go back to the point when I said to you how I communicate. Out of 5 on a board, I may hear from one 10 times a day, and another commissioner may only hear from him at meeting time. I mean, it's just different styles of what's there. But that one who only talks to me at the commission meeting still gets the same emails that are going out to everybody else, because, I want them to be in a position to where if they do want to pick up the phone and say, hey, I saw this email and I just wanted to get a little more information on that. So again, goes to that point where I said I don't want to be in a meeting where one of your heads pops down and says, I didn't know. Because you will know. And if there's a problem in micromanaging or interfering with the employees, I tell the employees, you listen to the commissioners, you answer the questions. I mean, that's what we're there for. It's a transparency in terms of that. But, we can talk about to where if it goes beyond asking for information and, well, I need you to do, no, then you direct that back to me. I will get hold of the commissioner and let them know that what is it you needed done? Okay, this is how it will be done. This is how it will work. And it may still be the end result, but it's just not being directed by them.
Commissioner Jones.
Which one? On the city you?
Right there.
Yeah. So, James, excuse me, Mr. Gleason, since you're not seeking a permanent role, how do you define success as an interim city manager?
Transition that you're going through now would be over, so the person that you hire permanently isn't facing with those immediate problems. There's always going to be challenges that are coming in, but hopefully what you've done is you've smoothed the road out, you've cleaned the debris, and you've made it for a much easier and a much smoother transition for that individual. And for me personally, just knowing how I've been and how I value my relationship with employees and whatever, it'd be knowing that in whether it was 30, 60, 90, 120 days, however long it took you to get where you're at, is that your employees were in a much better spot hopefully the day I came in, but also the day I left than they were. And I would consider that to be a success.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Again?
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Campbell? Sorry.
How do you rebuild trust after a controversial termination or leadership disruption?
Communication. I say that, and I know it's an easy catch, but I mean, in our personal life and what have you, it all comes down to communication. When communication stops or bottlenecks, that's when problems come up. That's when people start assuming or thinking or trying to read into. And I think that, because we deal with the public and we're in a very volatile time. You know, politics is always volatile, but it just seems that we're more divided than I recall in my time growing up here in Florida in terms of there. And so it's critical, I think, to be open and honest and communicate, and again, to stress that, you know, I know some people get frustrated in this form of government. They'll think that, oh, well, the manager has their agenda, and they have what they want to get done, and that is a disaster, and that's setting yourself up for failure, because you weren't elected, okay? You're appointed. Even if for the permanent job, you're appointed, and you work for this board, and you work for the people of Palatka. And so as long as you know that, and you know what you're there for, there's going to be challenges, but it's not that difficult. And again, it's communicate. And it's the same level of communication from day one as you get at day 5, you get day 30.
Commissioner Davis.
As interim city manager, if you had to come in and make strong assessments, such as downsizing a department, how would you accomplish this task? And give us an example of any experience.
Actually ran into that when I went to Littleton. It was a little bit of an economic downturn in terms of that time, and we had to downsize in the Public Works department. Very difficult. I mean, any job is actually, you know, downsizing, you could say across the board, but that's where the bulk of the fleet was. And so you did it with communicating not only with the director and the supervisor, you know, but you try to come up with a process in reference to whether it be, you know, longevities, but also performances and stuff, because you can't just say someone should be able to have a job just because they've been there. If they're not doing the job, that's not fair, you know, for someone else in terms of that. So you have to go through the different challenge of kind of setting up what's that priority on how you determine who may have to be cut or to let go. And there's no good answer. There's no easy answer. I mean, at the end of the day, you're affecting somebody's life. You're affecting their family. And I mean, and I don't think anybody ever gets over that. But at the same time, you have to still do what's right for the organization. You have to do what's right, you know, for the commission and for the goals, you know, of the community. And if there's financial issues and you know, I can just say without, you know, getting into it, but, you know, with public safety, that's the one area they're saying in the state that you can't cut if they take away the sales tax in terms of there. And, you know, and love my first responders and police chiefs and fire chiefs and what have you, but they're going to be at your ear every day that they need more, you know, either equipment or their folks are underpaid, especially when you start comparing them to maybe bigger communities or counties and surrounding areas where we're at. So it's a constant, you know, pressure that you've got there. And so what you've got to do is try to make sure that you don't squeeze the goose too much, because you can try to please everybody, and at the end of the day, citizens can't afford the price tag of what's there. And so downsizing is never easy, and that's probably one of the most difficult, you know, part that's in there. I wouldn't come in with a preconceived notion that that's what needs to be done, because whatever you want in that short period of time, I say short period, you know, however the interim would be, it still has to be in the direction of what this commission needs to happen. Now, if you're looking for some transparency and communication back that maybe you haven't had, and so therefore you didn't feel you're getting the right information, well, then that's the burden on the interim person to get up to date and speed in reference to the directors and find out, you know, what communication, what information was not getting out, or what information was being retained or shaded in some way to try to get a different result, you know, from the commission than just laying the facts out and then giving a professional opinion. Hey, here's my opinion. We can do it this way, and here's the good and here's the bad, and things that happen. Yes, there are other ways to do that, but this may be why I'm recommending it. But at the end of the day, as long as you're not asking me to do something illegal or unethical, it's your decision that we have to carry out.
That concludes the questions. Do you have any questions of us?
Well, yes. I mean, I know this is all kind of sudden. Actually, I got the an email from my former deputy clerk at Lake Helen. It sent this to me in terms of there, and my wife said, well, you just retired. And I said, yeah, I'm still feeling it out, okay? So if you're on an interim basis, what's your time frame? I mean, because I know you have to make a decision on whether you hire a consultant or whether you do it in-house in reference to the city manager. There's different ways, that's been done. And so it's a question of what's your time frame?
Honestly, we haven't really discussed a time frame to this point. I think we are looking, obviously, and I'm speaking for me, my opinion, we're looking, again, for somebody to come in and to stabilize the situation. And that may not be done quickly, based on everything that's going on, and also that we're in the middle of budget season. I think we just want, again, a stable situation where our employees, our city, our community are feeling things are moving along in a smoother and more appropriate fashion than they have been. So we have not set a time frame. We also wanted our police chief to go back to being just the police chief, and he really wants that too. So we have no time frame. We want it to be done right, I think, in summary.
Chief, right? I think one of your employees just got hired in Lake Helen? Yes. As the police chief?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right at my retirement and
Yes.
overlap, but I think it was a week after. And so that, I was at the retirement party for the chief a week or so ago, and so I met the gentleman, so.
Yes.
That's a good thing. I mean, in the sense that when you see people grow in terms of there, so I have to say that I commend you in the sense of preparing somebody for that next outfit, that next stop. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason.
I was going to wait for Mr. White to come back from the HR perspective. We have to decide, do we want to stay here and calculate? Do we want to turn this in later today?
Let's take care of it today, I think. I would vote, that would be my vote.
It is agenda for discussion.
Yes, I know there's an agenda item. I wanted to ask
For distribute, there's an agenda item for discussion for this and going through this process that we do.
Okay. Discussion. Three candidates. Do you want to go one by one, or do we want to just have a general conversation?
You started, Madam Mayor.
I'm not opposed to starting the conversation. If I,
Yeah, turn your mic on and get closer.
it's on. I'm not opposed to starting the conversation, and if I had to rank them based on what we've seen today, I would rank them in the way that they came in. As far as my number 1, 2, and 3, based on.
Commissioner Jones?
My rankings are 9:30 is my number 1 candidate. 12:30 is my number 2 candidate. And the 11 o'clock was my number 3 candidate.
Commissioner Davis?
I ranked also, Ms. Curry is my number 1, Mr. Gleason is my number 2, and Mr. Hyatt is my number 3.
My ranking was the same, although Mr. Gleason had kind of crept up almost to Ms. Curry, but it's the same ranking, Ms. Curry, Mr. Gleason, and then Mr. Hyatt. So, from that conversation, we gather that everybody's first choice as far as candidates go appears to be Ms. Curry.
So with that being said, where do you go as far as the offer? How would that look? Is that something that haven't been discussed with HR, and or us as far as going forward. And I know that you'll kind of go in and make it, but what are we expecting to pay someone in that interim position, Madam Mayor, Commission?
HR, I'm looking actually to HR for some insight as to what we intend to pay somebody. What, did we have a scale?
May I ask
Go
him,
ahead.
I want to be clear at who we are directing the question, because I don't want to put Mr. White into a position.
No, okay, Ms. Jones, could you please come up? Let's leave it at that.
And no disrespect to Mr. White, I just feel
He's on
that
his
I
second
don't want to
day or
get.
whatever,
so-
third day, yeah.
And if it's something that you guys have to go and
Absolutely,
calculate,
absolutely.
I'd rather for you not to say it
Yes, and
and
do
come
it
back with
correctly.
something that, exactly. So let's not guess anything and don't put nothing out there that's not correct. Okay?
Okay?
Is that where you are?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
Sure.
So what I do know is obviously our candidates have done their homework. And the salary for our city manager is published.
Yes.
So I would expect that to be
The same,
similar.
yeah.
And so I'd like to consider that we allow, when an offer is made, that, or discuss, I want to discuss this. I don't want to suggest, I want to discuss the option of having the HR, to negotiate with the offer up to a maximum of what our current city manager paid. Is that?
That seems
An
reasonable.
option?
Again, I think each candidate knows what that amount is and knows what their value is. So I'm open to that possibility of negotiation, but my guess is that they're going to expect to receive what the city managers receive. But I think it's worth negotiating, yes.
So, are you done?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Another factor that we need to have a discussion prior to it happening. What if the offer is not accepted or good enough? Do we, one, go with option two, or do we, even though they're ranked, I don't know if are we saying, if option number one declines or say there's just not enough compensation or rethink the situation, do we go to number two automatically or what? Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna say this.
Is your mic on?
It's on. I'm going to say this based on the conversations, the interview that I've heard today. I don't think that anyone who is offered the position would not be willing, and this is my personal, want anything over what our current city manager is making. So there is an opportunity for them to make up to what they're making. So I don't think no one would come in with the expectation of making more in an interim position.
it's a hypothetical question. Let's just say change of thought. They don't want to do it after careful consideration. I'm just thinking ahead, forward thinking. If we came to that next step versus we're caught with no plan.
No, I get
I
it, but your
wonder what the
question was
plan
more
would be.
so reference to the,
Not the money. So
The
let me
amount.
go back and leave the equation of the money out. Change your mind. You know, I thought about it, but I don't think Palatka is where I want to be an interim. What would be the next, would we go to number two, or would we redo this? I'm just
In my opinion, we would just automatically go to number two instead of, we're not going to redo the whole process, at least that's what I would think. If for some reason the person decides Palatka is not for them, I think we just go to the second candidate. The majority of us chose the same person as the second candidate, so I feel confident that we should be able to do that. Anybody else have any thoughts? Okay. I also would
That's all I
assume that
wanna
if
know.
somebody applied, unless something comes up personally that they're unexpected, I would think they would take the job. But again, we'll see. But yes. And so in the meantime, also, Ms. West is going to draft a contract for everybody to review prior to the candidate signing it.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
And I'll defer to HR on this, but it is my assumption that, given that this is an interim role, that this will be a 1099 employee, not fully loaded employee of the city? Mr. White?
That would be my guess.
That was a conversation we had, and I will agree with that, that it should be a 1099 role.
Okay.
Will the offer be pending background investigation? Will we do a background investigation?
Yes, yes.
We always do a background investigation for.
Yes.
Anybody else have any other questions that they want to bring up about the process,
I have
the
a,
hiring process?
this didn't come up during the interview process, but your anticipated start date, I guess that would come up during your negotiations, but I'm assuming, right, I'm assuming
say
your
ASAP.
preference is as soon as possible?
Yes, yes.
What about the first?
Although I know Chief Shaw wants to continue to have such fun, I think it's as soon as possible.
Is that,
I think with some of the, I don't want to push it off. I think with some of the things that came up as a result of that interview,
Interviews.
we need to
Sooner
be.
than tomorrow?
Yes.
That's why I said ASAP. So as soon as, as soon as Ms. Jones can talk to the individual, make sure they want the position, and we can get the contract drafted and get it to
I
us.
mean, the
And
lady might still
I'd
be
like
here.
to
We
see
may
them
need to get
start
this thing
next
done
week.
today.
I mean, honestly, I'd like to see them start next week, but I don't know if that's feasible or not. But as soon as possible. They both also, I mean, she indicated she was retired, so we're ready to go.
And she may still be around, so we may still be able to get this thing done today.
Working on it, sir. In terms of your residency requirement, I'm assuming because it's interim, you're going to waive that residency requirement?
Yes.
I see Amber has a question. Mr. White?
We wanted to emphasize based on the clearance of the background.
Yes,
Okay.
of course, of course, of course. Yes, I think that based on the fact that this person's interim and a contract employee, the residency piece is not applicable.
number one, actually says she got a house in East Palatka anyway, so.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I don't think she lives there. I think she.
But even when we had, or given the city manager, we gave them a
A period of
transition
time.
time, so I don't think immediately would be
Right.
suitable.
That's correct.
Yeah.
In terms of, because it's a 1099, they would not be entitled to severance, I'm just confirming that.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Those are the only questions that I had for the draft contract that is almost done.
Is there anything else that we need to decide?
There may be additional questions that come up as I put the final details on the proposed contract, but those were the top ones that I was working on.
Okay, and until it's offered to Ms. Curry and she says yes, please don't make it, fully public yet, that she's the top choice, but until she says yes, we don't.
It's on,
Yes.
it's on Facebook.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Ready for a motion?
I move that we offer Cynthia Curry the interim city position as a 1099 employee and allow HR to negotiate to a maximum of the current city manager salary.
Second.
Second. You get 2 seconds. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. We do have another item on the agenda, if we're done. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Request to clarify your number 2 candidate. We had it in our notes as
Mr. Gleason.
Mr. Gleason, just
Mr.
wanted to
Gleason.
confirm
Yes.
if that is correct.
That's correct. Under regular business, we have authorization to approve additional service expenses associated with the financial audit. Who's going to speak to this?
So Mayor Commissioners,
Yes.
I'll start it off for the conversation. As you all know, you received the email. We received communication from the auditors in regards to additional services required to complete the audit, which would basically require us to apply additional funds. Those funds listed by the auditor were in excess of 21,000. 21,000 is some change at a flat rate, 24 if they looked on the hourly services for their personnel. It was in my opinion, in review of that was, thank you. It's in my opinion, in review of that we bring it to the commission, not only for notification, but so that we can get approval to sign, and you will be allowed to provide any direction for us moving forward, or any other commentary to the auditors, anything else you would like.
Discussion? Go ahead. Commissioner Campbell?
So I have a question with regards to the additional retainer or extension. What additional information would they be providing? Because based on the document that was sent, they identified the, I guess the things that are in question, but they also provided a somewhat solution to rectifying or correcting the issue that has been brought forth. So I'm a little bit interested in knowing how they would dive deeper, or what the anticipated outcome would be with this additional fee.
So, from my understanding, I'll attempt to answer, and then if there's further, I'll defer to Ms. Pierre. But from my understanding, from what they're looking for, they gave you a general overview. The audit would provide a more clear outcome, and they're going to do a deeper dive into each of those individual items that's listed, and provide you with what their findings are. Just off the top, the general overview just gave some understanding of, I guess, not only the requested items, but for the reason that they wanted to dive deeper into it and look a little further. That there'd be reason to look a little further forward.
Thank you.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
So, to Commissioner Campbell's point, I agree. The only recommendation I see that would require additional services, I believe, is in the item number 1. And it says they recommend, well, it says that management perform a comprehensive review of ADG. So I think what you're saying is they want to dive deeper into their audit, which is more than their standard audit. Ms. Pierre.
Ms. Pierre,
can you
are you able
clarify?
to address that question?
I'm with Commissioner Campbell. I just want to understand. Okay. Can she get this physical report? I have it.
The email is number 18.
So while she's looking it up, it really appears that, to me, that the findings that they already have, they also have remedies in this draft that tells us pretty much what to do. So I'm the third person that concur with what you're saying. Why pay for something you already found and you're telling us how to remedy it?
Ms.
Because it
Pierre?
says management, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It says management, the recommendation is that management remedy these issues. That's the recommendation.
And given what we have done just moments ago, I think we have a strong person that will be able to come in and review this document and give us her professional opinion with reference to this. Additionally, $21,000 for something that we've already gotten a draft of, I just don't think it's a wise way to spend taxpayers' dollar. So I would not be in favor of moving forward with this additional cost at this point.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Ms. Pierre, general question. I have the document here if you want to just get my,
And we have the paper
Ms.
here.
Pierre, we have it. My question is, does the auditor complete the ACFR for the city? So then that drives me to wonder, because when I look at the email from the auditor, it says in order to complete the ACFR and to submit to the state by June 30th, they need to perform additional duties. Where I'm going with this is, if we deny this, is the auditor saying or implying that they cannot complete our ACFR by June 30th if we don't provide the additional funding? And I think that's the critical question here. Because an interim city manager can't create our ACFR.
When I spoke to the auditor confirmed to me that, first, the letter that you received is not an official letter. It is a draft, so that means it's not final. It actually is a result of the auditor having discussions with more than one elected official and addressing their specific concerns. So my discussion with the auditor was really that this extra service is just to address concerns that were brought forth to the auditor. And it is not directly related to the audit itself. He wanted to point out that we have a deadline of June 30th for our financial audit. However, the letter, unfortunately, I wasn't able to pull it up on my desktop, but from my discussions with him, he explained to me that these additional services were as a result of discussing with more than one elected official on the board, on the commission.
However, the memo says it was the information or the concerns came from the finance department, not commissioners. And he could say from individual commissioners or other whomever, but it doesn't say that. It specifically says finance. And I think that, but specifically, you didn't really answer Commissioner Davis' question as to whether we are prepared to turn in the information we need to on the 30th of June. Whether they are prepared to have all the information they need to complete it, to turn it in on the 30th.
So the finance department as a whole has been responsive as far as questions during the audit process. The audit process is a twofold process where the auditor will request items, the finance department will respond, and that's what we've been doing. And as far as the audit, finalizing the audit, that comes from the auditor, writing and drafting, preparing the audit report along with the ACFR, that's, the auditor is paid for that service. So I think what would help is possibly speaking with the auditor directly to bring clarity as far as that letter that is a draft and it's not final.
Are you talking about us? Talk to the auditor or you?
I've already spoken with the auditor, and my understanding was that these additional services were as a result of concerns that were brought forward
Well,
to
I
the
want to
auditor.
be specifically
wait a minute,
clear
wait a
that
minute.
I did not speak to.
Go ahead. Ms. Pierre, here's this. Regardless as to the origination or the driver for this communication we received from the auditor, there's some information we need for our city. Number one, are we at risk of not meeting the June 30th deadline for, I mean, this is not, I'm not asking you to respond. These are things that need to be addressed, I believe, before the commission can fully provide direction or guidance. Number one, if what the auditor is saying is hindering the completion of that, we need to understand exactly what the auditor is going to do for the additional fees. And how is that work outside of our normal scope that we have already paid for? I think that's what's most important here. I will say this, and I think I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it and see if it comes out the way I intended. For me, the source does not matter. We have a deliverable and a requirement that is due by the state of Florida for our city. We want to make sure that this process is on track for us meeting that requirement. If there were findings that will hinder that process and they require a deeper dive outside of our original scope, we then may have to consider that. But we need to know that information first. So we do need to understand the source of the information, where it came from does not matter. If we can materially show that these items that have been identified from this audit exist. So I just want to make sure we keep the main thing the main thing. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
So Mayor and Commissioners, if I may, I will reach out to him today, place that call, receive that information, give an answer to your questions, and then reach back out to you all with that information as soon as I receive it.
Thank you.
And I do have another question. So I think the authority of the city manager is under $25,000.
That is correct.
So I want to go ahead and address this now in this meeting because we don't have another meeting to address it due to the critical time constraint. If indeed it is proven that additional services are required outside of the scope of our prepaid services to get our deliverable, is that something that the city manager has authority and support from this commission to do?
He already had.
I know he has authority.
It's the support piece that
I
think
want to
you're
know,
questioning.
does he have support?
He has my support.
He has my support as well. I don't know why, actually, with that being said, I don't know why it's actually even came to us. I don't know, you want the support,
I
but if
understand.
it's going to delay the process, I also support Ms. Pierre. I understand. If it's supposed to be done within the next 2 weeks, I see what the letter says. And I think if you feel that you need to pull the trigger, get the additional so that we can have an official letter from the auditors and we'll know where we are. Okay? Because we asked for the professional audit to come in, so here we have it. Okay.
And I understand the question in wanting to have a discussion
Yeah.
with this commission. That makes sense. But I think we are all in support, and you do have the authority to make that decision for any expenditure under $25,000. So I think we're all set.
Especially when an applicant came in and asked us what the condition we are in, and we did not have the answer. I think that is important for you to go ahead and do, Chief. Thank you.
Make sure I get it done.
With that said, any other items for discussion? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Thank you.